속보입니다. 바이비트가 12월 23일 펠, 펄스, TRC 현물 상장을 폐지합니다. 이번 조치는 시장의 악재로 작용할 수 있으며 투자자들은 이로 인한 영향을 주의해야 합니다. 속보입니다. 현재 시가총액 상위 100대 암호화폐의 75%가 50일 및 200일 이동평균선을 이탈하며 하락세를 기록하고 있습니다. 일부 종목만이 과매도 상태에 있지만 대부분의 암호화폐가 추가 하락 가능성을 내포하고 있음을 의미합니다. 투자자들은 신중한 대응이 필요합니다.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everybody. The sitting is open. First item on the agenda is the report by Ms. Weiderer and Mr. Minister phasing out Russian national gas, imports and improving monitoring of potential energy dependencies. We'll start the debate with the rapporteurs, starting with Ms. Weiderer.
Dear colleagues, for the first time in European history, the European Union is going to end imports of Russian energy. It's a real turning point in European energy policy. Phasing out of Russian gas is a great achievement for the European Union, a truly historical step. I would like to sincerely thank Commissioner Jorgensen for his initiative and determination, the Danish presidency for engagement, and of course my co-rapporteur, Mr. Niinistö, with whom we had an excellent cooperation, for his hard work, and the great team of the shadow rapporteurs, whose constructive support made this result possible. The European Parliament put forward a strong and legally sound position. But not all member states were ready to move with the same level of ambition. The Parliament insisted, and we succeeded, that Europe must end its dependency on Russian gas as soon as possible. We delivered earlier phase-out deadlines for Russian gas than the Commission originally proposed. The Council resisted, but the Parliament stood firm. We also secured a special provision on harmonized penalties. Without enforceable penalties, no phase-out would be credible, and we tightened safeguards to prevent a circumvention. Russian gas must not return to Europe also through illegal ways. At the same time, we made it simple for trusted partner countries to import gas into the Union. They must not face bureaucratic burdens. It will pave the way for friendly countries to supply Europe with necessary gas. After strong pressure from this House, the Commission has now made a clear political commitment to present a similar legislative proposal on phasing out Russian oil. Also, oil revenues fund the Kremlin's war machine, and both oil and gas imports must be stopped. Colleagues, we must speak honestly. Russia has never been a reliable partner. It manipulated gas flows to weaken governments and destabilize markets, most dramatically before invading Ukraine. Energy and aggression in this case are intertwined. No one should claim business is business when energy is used as a weapon. The good news is Europe has alternatives. Over the past 2 years, firstly, the EU gas demand has been falling. Secondly, our gas supply has become far more diversified. And thirdly, the LNG supplies are rapidly increasing. The argument that we cannot replace Russian gas is not true. We can, and we already have. Colleagues, this regulation is not just an energy or trade file. It's a political, economic, and moral decision. Since the full-scale war began, the EU has paid over 216 billion euros for Russian fossil energy. We still pay around 40 million euros every day, and every euro continues to fund the killings in Ukraine. Strikingly, Europe has paid more to Russia than we have collectively given to Ukraine in support. Tomorrow, when we vote, the Parliament has to send a historical message. Russian gas, never again. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much. Mr. Niinistö.
Madam President, for Russia, export of fossil fuels has never been about trade. It has been about manipulation, extortion and control. And today we are discussing a historic achievement and outcome in the trilogues. The EU is taking giant steps towards a new era free of Russian gas and oil. Never again dependency on Russia on fossil fuels. And Russia can never again use fossil fuels exports as a weapon against Europe. The path to this day has been long and it has been difficult, but we have to remember it's a historic outcome that we are here. EU has never banned a trade on such commodities with any country before. So this goes beyond what is happening currently in Ukraine. We are helping Ukraine in the sense that we are stopping funding the Russian war machine, but we are also looking beyond that. We are making sure that Russia can not use export of fossil fuels to Europe to divide ourselves. It has also been about control and trying to make Europe weaker, trying to divide and rule us. So therefore, it is important that we take a broader step with this trilogue outcome towards energy independence. And I think it's important that the Parliament's position on this file were well reflected in the outcome. So the Parliament wanted that not just the export ban or import ban of Russian fossil gas is to be put in place, but we are also getting a statement from the Commission that they will propose a similar ban on Russian fossil oil imports. And beyond that, member states need to do a diversification plan which needs to be in line with our energy commitments and targets as well. This means that we should look also beyond gas. We have to import LNG from other countries in the short term, and we have partners that we can do that with, but we should not bind ourselves to long-term LNG imports from any country. We should bind ourselves to long-term independence in energy by investing heavily in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and other clean sources. And this is the big chance for Europe here. We can look strategically beyond dependency on any external country, and we can look at building European competitiveness, address climate change, and improve our security at the same time. So I think it's important that the Commission continues with this spirit in mind when they go into implementation of this ban. A few more words on the actual concrete outcome of the trilogues. I have to say, I think the outcome is something that the Parliament has been pushing for a number of years. Since the start of the Russian full-scale aggression and war in Ukraine in the spring 2022, the European Parliament has been pushing for such a ban. Now we have achieved it very clearly and also with a faster timeline than the Commission's original proposal. So LNG gas will be, even the long-term contract, will be banned by the end of 2026, and there is a ban for pipeline gas by the 30th of September 2027. Also, the Parliament achieved a very strong maximum penalties to be enforced by Member States against operators for infringement of the regulation. I think this is vital because this regulation is actually stronger than the sanctions regime, which means that there is no circumvention and no efforts by Russian actors that can circumvent the regulation and bring income from Russia through third countries. This is vital that this is implemented well. Also, further, I think one of the reasons why this achievement is so strong is that this is a timely moment to do this change. We need this change happening now when there is a political freedom from the Member States and from the Parliament to achieve this. And I don't think we would be here today without the broad agreement between the different parties and the shadow rapporteurs in both in the committee and ITRE committee in the negotiations. So this is an achievement by a vast majority of the Parliament. I congratulate you all for that. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Jørgensen, you have the floor on behalf of the Commission.
President, thank you. So, this House makes many important decisions, but I still do think it's rare that you make one where you know for a fact that it'll be noticed in Moscow, it'll be noticed in Washington, it'll be noticed all over the world. Probably with smiles most places, definitely not with smiles in Moscow. This is important. This is taking away real money from the war chest of Putin. this is important because we're showing that when we stand together in Europe, when we cannot be divided, we cannot be blackmailed. You cannot weaponize energy against us, or rather you can, but we will have an answer. So, the decision that we've made now to ban the import of Russian gas is a historic one. And I think probably what makes me most proud is the fact that this is not something that we do temporarily. This is not something that we will take up to revision in 6 months, and then if it's comfortable for domestic economic reasons, we might start importing gas again, even if there's a peace. No. This is a no, and it's a never again. Not a single molecule. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. Later, start of next year, the Commission will also put forward a proposal to end the last imports of oil. This is also important, and later again we will also put forward a proposal to end nuclear fuel. Although looking at the economic side, obviously this decision today is so much more important. Still, we need to be completely rid of Russian energy in Europe. So, once again, I want to thank the rapporteurs, the shadow rapporteurs. Actually, I would say vast majority of this Parliament has been extremely supportive, and I honestly think that the outcome that we have after negotiations is better than the proposal that I put forward. So it's not rare, but that is certainly the case also here. So thank you so much for that.
Grazie commissario.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And on behalf of the Committee on Internal Market and Consumer Protection, Mr. Saldagas.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. This file is utmost important as well as urgent. My sincere thanks to rapporteurs, Ms. Vaidere and Mr. Niinisto, and the whole team. They were very strong and committed. However, I'm sorry, but I slightly lacked the adequate ambition from the Council and the Commission. To fight back the most brutal regime of the century, you must be united, you must be courageous. The compromise bans imports of Russian pipeline gas and LNG 6 weeks after the regulation enters into force, with a transition period allowing existing contracts to run until short-term LNG and pipeline gas contracts are phased out by April and June next year, respectively. However, the compromise was achieved largely because Parliament agreed to make concessions, especially dropping the ambition to ban oil as well. The Commission promised to present a legislative proposal at the beginning of next year. So the responsibility now lies with the Commission to keep the commitment to finally rescue Europe from Russian fossil fuels. We will be waiting. Thank you.
Grazie, iniziamo.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the debate on behalf of the EPP, Mr. Dexter.
Madam President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, a few winters ago, millions of Europeans were freezing in their houses and were paying extortionate electricity bills, energy bills. My students were in freezing lecture halls. Businesses were switching off the lights, not for climate protection reasons, but out of fear. And evening after evening, we kept asking ourselves, will there be enough gas? This crisis was due to dependence on Russian energy. And while we were trembling, Ukrainian cities were burning, and they are still burning today. And every time that gas goes through our pipelines, money flows into Putin's war chest. We must not allow this to continue. The exit from Russian gas is not a technical measure. It's a decision in favour of European sovereignty, security, and solidarity with Ukraine. Yes, of course we have to protect our businesses and industries and citizens, and therefore we have to close loopholes, but without choking Europe, strangling Europe with bureaucracy. We have to provide legal certainty and monitoring, and our message is clear. Europe will no longer be blackmailed. Europe will not finance a war of aggression, and Europe is learning the lessons of its history and is making history in this house, and that is absolutely what we should be doing.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carlin, the S&P Group.
2021.
2021. Inflation was the scourge of Europe. People were suffering, companies were worrying, millions of Europeans were facing an abyss. This inflation was no accident. It was the direct result of political choices, choices that made Europe dependent on Putin's gas before he launched his tanks on Kyiv. So we are now saying, never again. Never again will we be dependent on Russian gas. Never will we finance Putin's wars. But let's not be naive. Shale gas bought from the US is also increasing our risks. So our sole choice is the choice of European sovereignty. We call on member states to continue their investments in energy efficiency and renewable energies, and finally start an energy policy which provides us with sovereignty. It's not an option. It is the foundation of our liberty itself.
Grazie onorevole. Prego onorevole Maria.
Mr. Mariani is next.
Avec la sortie du gaz.
Without Russian gas, Europe is showing how blinkered it is. Sanctions as a political instrument, conditional, reversible, adaptable, is one thing. This regulation is devastating because in legal terms it is putting a decision in place without any review clause, without any possibility for Europe to adapt, and that is true even if the geopolitical situation changes and a peace agreement is concluded with Russia. It's historic, it is dramatic. We've never broken our energy links with the Great East at any point in history, even at the historical low points. It's a strategic lever for peace and for Europe. Freezing Russian assets for an indefinite period is putting Brussels into a position of contempt of history and of its own continent. The classic sanctions type regime, spirit and letter of the treaty have not been respected. There is not the standard legal basis, and there are no safeguards for individuals and companies. We now become dependent on USNLG. We are sacrificing our competitiveness and doing away with a diplomatic leader for the future. We're approaching signature of a peace agreement. This irreversible decision is placing Europe in a terrible political impasse. What you're doing now is a legal coup which is ongoing against people and nations, circumventing the treaties.
Onorevole Kolz per il gruppo
Mr. Kolz for the ECR Group.
Thank you. I will speak in Latvian. Kolēģi.
Dear colleagues, after tough negotiations in the trilogues, we finally have an agreement that excludes Russian gas from the European energy space. Yes, it is not a perfect agreement. We in the European Parliament would like to have a faster and tougher phasing out, preferably already yesterday, but this is an essential, practical and real result. The European Parliament was stronger in its position than the Commission and the Council, and this is reflected in the final text. This regulation does what the sanctioning mechanism cannot do. There is no longer a need to cross swords every 6 months over extensions, no need to live in the shadows of political fluctuations. Russian gas flows into the European Union are blocked by a stable permanent legal framework. At the same time, this agreement is also ambitious. Waiver deadlines have been cut short and the ban's entry into force 3 months sooner than originally planned, achieved by the Parliament, is measured in billions of euros that won't go to the Kremlin budget. The next step is clear. The Commission's pledge to come up with a proposal to ban Russian oil and oil products by 2026. And it has to be followed by also abandoning Russian nuclear fuel. It is all within one process, and we will have a lot of work ahead of us. Thank you.
Prego, onorevole Carvalho.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kladivashova.
Kolegyne, kolegovia, zajtra nás...
Colleagues, tomorrow there is a historic vote to take. The vast majority among us do support what today's debate will demonstrate. It was clear to see how in the final negotiations we were really united among us here representing the Parliament. We've decided in the EU we want to cut off on our dependency on Russian gas. And it's in stark contrast to how the Slovak government is seeing things. Also their representatives here in Strasbourg or Brussels, they're scaremongering, they're spreading fear that it's impossible to live without the Russian gas, but it's only them who can't live without the Russian gas. They claim that the gas from Russia is cheap, but they want to subsidize 90% of households from our national budget. The companies are paying highest prices among the EU member states. They say that Slovakia has no other options, but more than 70% of our gas is imported from other countries than Russia. So we will either continue scaremongering, spreading fear, fighting for Russian interest and being in a conflict with EU, or we will look into the future. Slovakia can only be successful in this new geopolitical reality if we really pursue Slovak interests. Anything else is a betrayal.
Prego, onorevole.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ranke, for the Greens.
Thank you.
Paldies. Kolēģi, šis kontinents būs brīvs tikai tad, kad mēs nebūsim atkarīgi no fosilajām degvielām un oligarhiem. Šis ir Eiropas neatkarības brīdis, un tas solis, ko mēs šobrīd spēram, ir ārkārtīgi svarīgs. Vēlos pateikties referentiem, īpaši viņiem, bet arī visiem pārējiem, kas ir ieguldījuši smagu darbu, lai tas tā notiktu, jo beidzot mēs izbeidzam savu sāpīgo dekādēm ilgo un kaitējošo atkarību no Krievijas gāzes importa. Mums tas būtu bijis jādara daudz agrāk, kolēģi. Mums nekad nevajadzēja būvēt Nord Stream 2.
We will not become free in Europe by simply replacing Russian gas imports by another dependency on, for example, imports from the US. Only massive investments into renewable energy and energy efficiency will make that happen. More wind, more sun, more peace, more freedom, and more European sovereignty. That's what we need, and that's what we should work for. Thank you very much.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yadin, for the left group.
EU's beroende av...
The EU's dependency on other countries has allowed us to be blackmailed. Putin's using gas as a weapon to split governments, to push up energy prices, and this is a strategic mistake that we're trying to correct now. Phasing out imports of Russian gas is an important decision on the basis of defence policy, and I'm pleased that I've been involved in the negotiations, because when we stop the import of Russian gas, we also throttle an important income for Putin's Putin's war machine. But that's not enough, just turning off the tap. The shadow fleet is also being used still, and that's threatening the environment, continuing financing his war activities. That's why the phase out of Russian oil needs to be done quicker, that sanctions need to be sharper. An EU that lags and accepts loopholes is undermining its own credibility and its security. Genuine security is built through independence. The EU has to invest in robust and green energy production and has to establish price-setting mechanisms on the electricity market that doesn't hit those who have the least income. Renewable energies is not just good environmental policy, it's good defence policy as well. Breaking this dependence on Russian energy is taking back control over Europe's future. And this proposed legislation constitutes an important step towards a safer EU and a free and independent Ukraine.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Buchheit.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, when we're going to get all emotional all over again in this house, it's not a sign that it's Christmas. It's a sign, if you're following at home, that people don't have strong arguments. You've said time and again that this is going to be a definitive phase out, a definitive end to the import of gas from Russia. Have you ever really thought this through? You're saying it's wonderful that Parliament has gone even further than the Commission and the Council wanted to, that they've been even more energetic and aggressive against Russia. What is happening today, ladies and gentlemen, is not action against Putin and Putin's war machine. This is an explicit declaration of war against Russia itself, against the Russian people. If you just think that there would be a regime change in Russia, what would you do then? What we are deciding now is permanent. You're breaking all the bridges that we might want to keep with Russia in future. You're militating against peace. I can understand if you don't want peace with Putin, but you're actually saying that you don't want peace with Russia forevermore, and I think that is scandalous.
Prego, onorevole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warburg. Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. On the 24th of February 2022, the world changed. Russia's illegal and heinous war of aggression against Ukraine didn't just threaten Ukraine, but the whole of Europe. So let us be crystal clear. Ukraine's security is Europe's security. So we've increased sanctions against Russia. We have increased provision of weapons to Ukraine. We've increased humanitarian support. We've increased financial support. And we are standing side by side with Ukraine since day one. But in all honesty, as long as we continue to import Russian gas, we are continuing to finance Putin's war machine. And that is untenable. That's not responsible and is not compatible with our support with Ukraine. Hence, it is good that today we're taking this decision once and for all to phase out Russian gas completely. Because for every penny that goes to the import of Russian gas is a penny that is going to finance the war on European territory. But now we are finishing that. Long live Ukraine, long live Europe.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Assis.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Comissário. Thank you very much. Commissioner, colleagues, for too long now, we were turning a blind eye to the geopolitical risks that were linked to our excessive energy dependency, or we were pretending to turn a blind eye to it. Now we're in a situation where Russia has been using energy to exert pressure. It's a dramatic situation for our security, economy, and for European citizens and businesses. Stopping Russian gas imports strengthens our economic autonomy and it strengthens our energy system. We need to improve existing infrastructure, cooperation between member states, interconnections, diversification of suppliers and of renewable energy sources. Our energy dependency is not limited to gas. In this Parliament, we have frequently said that we need to extend this to other forms of energy coming from Russia. So we're pleased to note that the Commission has committed to put forward an initial proposal on Russian oil next year. And you can certainly count on the European Parliament's support for that. Thank you.
Prego, onorevole Stancanelli. Prego.
Mr. Stancanelli.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen. The agreement on phasing out Russian gas being discussed here, we've heard several people saying that this is a historic victory, but this is really the triumph of hypocrisy at the cost of citizens. There are two critical aspects that have been lost sight of, and the Commission has lost sight of this as well. What about price? Importing LNG makes everything very expensive going through pipelines. It's not just the cost of the primary materials, it's liquefaction, transport by ship and regasification. We need to make sure that we have appropriate supply, and that supply chain becomes more and more expensive. And this is something that is passed straight onto the utilities bills of our citizens, and we're raising inflation for energy bills. The second problem is that gas is fungible, and that we know that through gas we are having to exploit third countries. Russian gas is going to come into the EU via, and we won't have any mastery over that. So we need agreements that are going to make us stronger, but these haven't been devised appropriately, and they're going to make us poorer in the end. We need to be more practical and pragmatic. This is a bill that's going to have to be footed by people and companies. Thank you, Mr. Shidlaw.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, one can say finally, at last, 4 years later, we have got a decision that should have been taken a long time before. Most of the speakers who have spoken before me, also the Commissioner, have underlined this is a historic moment, and this is truly the solution that for now, but also for the future, is absolutely necessary. However, we have heard Mr. Commissioner say that this decision is going to be invariable. It's not going to change, but ladies and gentlemen, the situation in politics is also highly dynamic, and we know very well that the principle of business as usual very often dictates the conditions in the political discussions and is more important than common sense and security when you consider various interests. So it seems that right now we should first and foremost focus on this decision that was taken not to be changed ever. We should watch for those rules to be binding also for oil, for crude oil. And remind yourselves, some time ago the decision to build Nord Stream 2 was taken. Now we're saying it was a historic error. Thank you.
Prego.
Chers collègues,
Colleagues, 15 billion euros. That is what we have paid collectively this year to Putin by buying his gas. 15 billion euros is 3 times the annual budget for Erasmus+. It's 2 years of Horizon Europe. 15 billion is a huge amount. And let's be clear, every euro spent on Russian gas is 1 more euro to pay for a murderous war in Ukraine. This has got to stop. Parliament fought for this, and we have achieved a complete and fast phase out from Russian gas by 2027. This shows what can be achieved when European institutions work together. We are now turning a historic page. We are putting an end to our dependence on Russia, but let's learn our lesson, Commissioner. Let's not replace one dependency by another. American LNG ought not to become our new Achilles heel. Let's remain masters of our own energy destiny.
Onorevole, prego, onorevole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zelda.
Merci. I'll speak in Danish. Med denne historiske beslutning fortsætter.
With this historic decision, we are continuing our liberation from Russian tyranny. We need to move away from fossil fuels which are destroying the planet and financing Putin's war chest. So I'm particularly pleased with this agreement which has been reached. I believe that this agreement was only possible thanks to a good spirit of cooperation between the rapporteurs, Ms. Vaidura and Mr. Ninister, and the Commission too. We now need to be very clear about what comes next. We're turning off the tap of tyranny to Putin, but that means we need to fund our own green energy sources a lot more so that European citizens are not facing a cost of energy crisis, so that we can be truly autonomous. Never again should we dependent on any regime in the West or the East. We need to liberate Europe and develop the technologies that will allow Europe to be truly independent. That will require courage. And that will also mean that we can't just substitute Russian gas with Trump oil. We need to ensure that we keep producing in Europe and we're not totally at the mercy of these geopolitical winds, so that we have global energy independence for the EU in such a way as to ensure that we're not continuing to fund Putin. We need to invest in the future, in our common hope.
Hver gang EU-lande køber russisk gas, olie eller...
Anytime an EU state buys Russian gas or oil, we are financing the unjust war of Putin. So we've actually provided more support to Russia's war chest than to Ukraine's, which is ridiculous. So it's all the more important that we put a stop to that and no longer buy Russian gas. I think, nevertheless, that there are three important questions we need to raise. First of all, why is this only happening now? More than 3 years too late. And secondly, how long are we going to still buy Russian oil and uranium? And thirdly, why are we still so slow in developing renewable energies to achieve a genuine independence of European energy? Maybe we wouldn't be dependent on Russia anymore, but dependent on other countries. And when push comes to shove, we know that they're also prepared to blackmail Europe and constitute a threat to Europe. We haven't achieved our goal yet, but we're making a step in the right direction.
Mr. Damazi.
Dear colleagues, we have now adopted 19 sanctions packages against Russia with all sorts of individual measures, but the leading economic research institutions all agree that we have not managed to really dent Russia's capacity to wage this war, because we are financing his war. He's managed to adjust to trade flows to China to make up for anything he may lose with Europe, and there is now a risk that we won't be able to heat our homes this winter, and we are replacing one dependence on Russia with another. We're going to be dependent on dirty fracking gas at a time where Donald Trump is imposing punitive tariffs on us. So this doesn't make sense. I think we need to bring Nord Stream back into operation. We need to focus all our efforts on a ceasefire, and that would help us all.
Onorevole, prego, onorevole Popescu.
Mr. Popescu.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, Europe has paid for its energy with strategic vulnerability for too long. Today we make a clear historic decision. This vote is about Europe's independence and cutting the last structural ties to somebody who uses energy as a weapon against us. Gas was never a neutral commodity. It was always an instrument for political blackmail, pressure and coercion. We now have a clear text. No dependencies, no ambiguities, no circumvention. But independence must come along with solidarity. We know that member states have different levels of exposure and vulnerabilities. Coordination and not fragmentation is the path to go. We must be realistic. If we look at geography, we see that Southeastern Europe is an essential link in Europe's energy system. Transit and the infrastructure in this region are critical, even if they are not mentioned explicitly in the final text. This must be a clear political priority. This vote is about our credibility and our capacity to act decisively when our independence is at play. I would like to raise the alarm in that now that we have here the Energy Commissioner here. I know he's a man of good faith. It's very good to have climate neutrality, but we need to make sure that we don't replace dependence on Russian gas with a dependence on other states from around the area. Even if the price may appear to be smaller, our freedom and independence has no price.
Onorevole Geiger, prego.
Mr. Geiger.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, Commissioner, my thanks go first of all to those colleagues who negotiated this fine result. Ms. Weiderer, Mr. Minister, this is a fantastic result that has been achieved, and I congratulate you, of course, and also Commissioner Jönsson, who made a considerable contribution to this result as well. I think Mr. Minister made an important point. Russian gas imports are less about business but more about control, and therefore the decision that the Parliament will take tomorrow is an important step in the direction of European independence and resilience. The next step must be the end of oil imports and, yes, the end of uranium imports from Russia. Those who pointed out that we need to avoid a new form of energy dependency, dependency on American LNG, is important as well, because this is also a question about control as well as business. And the next hike in prices will be Trump's responsibility. So in Europe, we should be aiming for independence of energy supply.
Prego, onorevole Laszlo.
Mr. Laszlo.
Nem sikerült, mégis erőltetik.
It didn't work, yet you are still forcing it. Ursula von der Leyen and Joe Biden promised that sanctions would bring Russia to its knees, but Joe Biden is no longer in office. It would be time to hold Mrs. von der Leyen accountable as well. The biggest problem with energy sanctions is not that they didn't achieve their objectives. The biggest problem is that they cause greater damage to European economy than to Russia. According to the IMF, Hungarian economy would shrink by 4% if we had to purchase gas and oil from elsewhere. Household utility costs would triple, fuel prices would also increase. And meanwhile, in Brussels, you're preaching about solidarity, but Brussels solidarity somehow never seems to be about European citizens. You know full well that in Europe, people have to pay energy prices that are 3 to 4 times higher than in the US or in China. But you are still forcing sanctions. This will ruin families and the European industry as well. Stop this. If you are going to bypass the veto, then Ursula von der Leyen can prepare for another lawsuit. Thank you.
Onorevole Axinia.
Ca să aibă efect interzicerea importului.
If we want the ban on Russian gas to have an effect, we should have done it when the war started. The fact that we talk about this 4 years later shows that many member states are hypocrite because they continued to import Russian gas. 187 billion we gave to Ukraine, but we imported gas and oil of over 200 billion euros. Some states preferred to buy liquefied natural gas, for instance. Others imported oil. This fueled Putin's war machine and allowed them to deliver GNL to the rest of the world through proxies. Let me draw your attention to the fact that even the new regulation fails to settle the problem of importing from Turkey or Azerbaijan, but under a different label. Some even think of the Romanian gas from the Black Sea. However, our position is quite firm. The position of our party will use that gas to heat our own homes.
Pardon, Carlo.
President, Commission, colleagues, it's a disgrace that Europe has made Russia's war of aggression possible. As the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs explained, since the full-scale invasion, Europe has imported Russian oil and gas to an amount of 201 billion euros. If we add other imports, the number grows to 311 billion euros. That is 124 billion more than we have sent in support to Ukraine. The decision to stop Russian gas imports is important, but not enough. We have to stop every single euro going into Putin's war chest. It's outrageous that we are still buying steel from Russia. Last year, a volume as large as Sweden's entire annual steel production was imported to the EU. It's about damn time to stop doing business with Russia.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you, Mr. Sinkevicius.
Dear colleagues, let me start by first of all thanking the Commission for putting this brave proposal on the table. Let me thank our rapporteurs for a great work and also advisors. I know that they worked tirelessly and very hard to finalize this file. Today, Europe makes a choice about who we are and what we will no longer accept. Because for decades, our energy system was built on a dangerous illusion that dependence on Russian gas was somehow cheap, stable, and harmless. And we see the truth. We see what's happening in Ukraine, that energy was used as leverage, as a pressure, as a weapon. And finally, we ended. By phasing out Russian natural gas, Europe is reclaiming its freedom. We are saying clearly that our homes, our industries, and our future will never again be held hostage. Europe chose courage over comfort, and history will forever remember this vote.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you. Ms. Brod-Nevedalova.
Thank you very much, colleagues. This decision is really bad and really stupid for the European Union. I believe that we should also listen a little more to what our citizens want and not what the citizens of Ukraine want. Cutting off Russian gas, which is close to us, which goes through a pipe which is much more ecological than the gas that goes in tankers from the US, is something really, really silly. We can't cut off from something that is really close to our territory. We are discussing how this is great for all of us. And I listened to you, Commissioner, when you presented this in the committee. You said that that not even a molecule of Russian gas should enter the territory of the EU. Well, I know this is your policy, and I don't believe it's correct, because the territory of the EU includes Slovakia, which needs gas and uses a lot of gas. By cutting off Russian gas, we are saying that the Russian war in Ukraine is ever going to end and that we are ever going to cooperate with Russia again. I know we have dependencies. Some countries support this because they are obtaining transit payments from us. But it's silly, it's bad, and we are not going to help either the competitiveness of the EU or our own companies because they need cheaper and better gas, which is coming from Russia in this case. So do not cut off Russian gas, don't shoot our other food, don't make silly decisions that we'll have to, just like in case of combustion engines, which we'll have to review in 5 years, and I promise you this will happen.
Onorevole, prego, onorevole.
Thank you, Mr. Arvola.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, katseemme on now.
President, we are all looking to Donbass and the borders of Donbass. Of course, the real decisions are being taken elsewhere. There are people now trading over souls, strategic autonomy needs to be bought and sold. We cannot imagine that we can turn the clock back. The Iron Curtain has fallen. It's a deep trench that needs to be overcome. We cannot go back because Europe has taken decisions that cannot be undone. Some people are asking when the sanctions will stop, but that is unimportant. We are trying to espouse principles of autonomy for our security in the future. We know that this is no longer temporary. Our dependency on Russia is now being made illegal. We have our backs against the wall. We cannot believe anymore that help will come from the other side of the pond. We have to ask ourselves, if you want a strong and independent Europe, then we have to take this decision.
Thank you, Mr. Benifei.
Il giorno in cui
Here we are discussing a definitive stop to Russian gas, and on the same day the Meloni government is voting against using Russian assets to support Ukraine. That's a choice that will make Europeans pay for Russia's criminal aggression. We want to be free of energy dependency, we want to be free to make our own choices about gas, but Matteo Salvini in Italy is saying that Russian assets should be returned to the Kremlin. And I quote, otherwise this would be a violation of international law. How dare he say that so barefacedly? Rosario Della and others deserve our solidarity. I'm talking about people sentenced to 15 years in prison in Russia for calling Putin a criminal. The EU needs to be able to make its own choices. We have to be able to choose about our own future without anyone breathing down our necks. So we should go for this fearlessly.
Borchia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borchia.
Grazie, ma è un dibattito.
Well, what a pathetic debate. I mean, there are moments of theatre here, but also a lot of memory loss. People appear to be struggling to recall how they had people on the board of Gazprom and so on within their political group. At any rate, now we're recognising that the EU got it wrong, got its priorities wrong, that its climate extremism was wrong, and put us in this difficult position in the international context. We're talking about European interests here. If you want energy independence from Moscow, it's fine by me. But how about bringing down prices, increasing domestic production of gas? Because otherwise there's no hope of achieving a reasonable situation for European citizens. It's not only about the Ukraine peace process. We need to be able to defend our own interests, starting with energy.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Iabs.
Thank you, Madam President, the Commissioner, the rapporteurs. Today marks an important and necessary step forward the European Union. Phasing out Russian gas is not only a response to Russian aggression and changing geopolitical reality, it is also a statement of our values and our priorities. By reducing our dependence on this external supplier, we strengthen our own security, resilience and unity. In the Parliament, we have chosen cooperation over coercion, sustainability over vulnerability, and long-term stability over short-term convenience. It will take serious work to implement this regulation properly, but this transition is also an opportunity. It accelerates investment in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and what is more important, diversified supply routes. It creates jobs, drives innovation, and moves us closer to climate neutrality. Most importantly, it ensures that Europe's energy future is shaped by democratic choices, not political pressure. Thank you very much.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole.
Thank you, Ms. Gregorova.
Dear colleagues, Commission, when my homeland reached independence on Russian fossil fuels, they still paid Putin for it, with the argument that it's cheaper. I was baffled by this. Phasing out Russian gas is not just energy policy. Europe is at war. This is a security decision. Russia will now lose almost 1 billion euros every month because of Parliament's negotiation. There is an immediate, tangible and measurable impact. The European Parliament shows it's not here just to vote on temporary sanctions that get renegotiated every 6 months. On banning Russian oil, we have not gone as far and fast as we could have. The Commission is committing to phasing out Russian oil in the near future. That is, however, too slow. At least we ended constant abuse of sanctions by certain member states. And that uncovers the true strength of the European Union. Together, we can do what no member state could achieve alone. It's never cheaper if it's paid by human lives, peace, international rule and democracy. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will be speaking in Danish. Jeg tror, det er på tide, at vi ser virkelighed.
About time too. We need to look reality in the face. There are two fundamental problems with Russian gas. One, it's Russian. Two, it's gas. So, if we say trade can help peace, I think it's a bit of a pipe dream. We have a ruthless adversary here, and we're not building bridges. We have created a weapon which has now been used against us. We have to do away with Putin's dream of Russia as a superpower. Unfortunately, however, there are some Europeans who block any initiative that we try to take to stop Putin's war machine. And I'm fed up with it. How can we continue holding out a hand to Putin while he's holding out his hand to take money from our budget?
Prego, onorevole González Casare.
Mr. González Casare.
Madam President, when Russia began its war of aggression against Ukraine, about half of the gas consumed by the EU came from Russia. This was no coincidence. This is a weapon the Kremlin used with direct consequences on the European economy, for our businesses and for our citizens. And I think with this agreement, we are now taking a firm step in the direction of closing by 2027 a phase that we never should have allowed. We will be reducing our dependence on Russian fossil fuels. This is an ethical decision by the EU to ensure that not one more single euro will pay for Putin's war machine. This is a decision in favour of European security. For this reason, to think that we should replace this dependence by another is a mistake. I don't like these agreements to buy massive quantities of fossil fuels from elsewhere. I think we should invest in renewables, in European energy, produced in Europe. Commissioner, don't listen to these patriots, so-called patriots, who claim to defend their countries, but then they don't want our own energy. They want to continue dependence on other countries for fossil fuels. Don't listen to them. They don't have any solutions.
Onorevole Ghiori.
Colleagues, the European Union has turned itself inside out and become a prisoner of war psychosis. The President of the Commission and even the Secretary General of NATO openly proclaim that we are at war with Russia. This legislation is another step in this warmongering madness, aimed at making it impossible to import Russian natural gas into the EU. You are killing the secure and affordable energy supply of two member states to protect the perceived interest of a third country. I would like to quietly note that Hungary supplies 51% of Ukraine's electricity needs. What's more, you are doing this through legal trickery. You are presenting the ban as a trade policy tool, thereby circumventing unanimous decision-making. You are therefore trampling on the obligation of solidarity and loyal cooperation, as well as the rule of law. In other words, you are destroying the European Union. You are openly threatening those member states that refuse to fall into line, and they could suffer the same fate as Hungary, you are saying, even Belgium. In doing so, this is blackmailing. Please take note, you will not be able to bring Hungary to its knees with this. This is a very dangerous game that you are playing because you are going to destroy the European Union. Thank you.
Nikhil.
Thank you, Ms. Nikhil.
Thank you so much, President, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is the end of the Russian gas. Europe gave a Christmas gift to Putin, a gift he was not expecting, the end of our dependency on Russian gas. The first step was to say that it was a mistake and a threat. Now it's time to the second step, to become fully independent from this dictator. So we are saying clearly, we are stopping the imports of Russian gas and soon also of oil. And those who talk about the cost for common people and who say what the Kremlin says should stop and answer one question. How much is worth for them the life of the children of their family? How much would they pay in order not to have to see Russian rockets turning their houses to dust? Because Ukrainians, they cannot choose. They pay this huge price every day with their deaths and with their fear. That's why I want to thank the rapporteurs, shadow rapporteurs, and especially Madame Vaidere for their work, because for the laws that we are accepting. And also I would like to ask the Commission to present another proposal concerning oil that will be a true step to achieve our independence. And let us remember that if we are on the side of freedom and democracy, we have to be consequent. Thank you.
Onorevole, prego onorevole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be speaking in Romanian. Stimați colegi,
Colleagues, today we're not talking about pipelines or gas molecules. No, this debate is about something more important. We're talking about sickly dependence that ties certain member states to a very sick regime that exports terror and fear by the cubic meter. And like all dependencies, it started out very comfortably and ends in a leash. To be pragmatic doesn't mean to buy cheap, but rather not to buy vulnerability. Colleagues, strategic autonomy means that we should choose our own interdependencies or dependencies rather than have them imposed on us by geopolitical or historic contexts. Today, we choose to turn off the tap and stop the Russian gas. And we will not suffocate. On the contrary, we will breathe more easily. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meyer.
Dankeschön.
Thank you, Madam President. The strategy that you're proposing here has been not very successful. It's going to remain so. And this is no real contribution to energy security. You can take that at face this value. In fact, it's going to achieve the opposite. It's short-sighted and is destroying ourselves. EPP has been lobbying together with the Commission, and that means that we're damaging ourselves here in Europe, and that's something that's not going to be able to be undone. It also is short-circuiting the member states. Well, at least there's an American president who can see further and who's providing for peace much far more far-sighted than European nomenclature who've just been saber-rattling over the past years. Trump now has prepared a peace which will help everybody, and the whole European and global press in recent months have been making fun of Trump, but he is still pressing on. So this is scandalous for everybody, those who are proposing that we continue with war.
Please, Mr. Sieper, for 30 seconds.
Ja, Herr Kollege, vielen Dank.
Thank you for accepting the blue card. There's one thing I don't get. When you talk about Russia, the PFE stand firm in their defense of Putin. Can't you say something bad about Putin at least once? Can't you just say he is the one who has started the war? How come the PFE is always ready to defend Putin at every opportunity?
Well, Mr. Zieper, it's nothing to do with me defending Putin or Russia. I'm defending Europe and the member states, and I think that's what's the difference between me and you. It's not about Putin, it's about European interests that are not being represented.
Grazie onorevole, prego.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steers next.
Hvala predsjednice, poštovani povjereniče. Doista prekid uvoza ruskoga plina jest povijesna odluka. I vrijeme je da Europska unija u potpunosti prekine.
And now it's high time.
It was time for us to stop being dependent on the Russian fossil fuels, which continue to be used as a means of coercion. We have capacity for that. We have diversified supply sources, we have renewable sources, we have untapped capacities, geothermal energy, for instance. But what was necessary was to end the inflow of Russian gas, and that required political will, and we show today that we do have political will to end the importation. Now we are faced with the second step, and that is going to be the Commission's proposal to end the importation of Russian oil. And therefore I welcome the Commission statement whereby it undertakes at the beginning of the next year to present the legislative proposal to end the imports of Russian oil. That was the demand of this House. We know that there are member states who still continue to benefit from the exemption, but today we do have alternative. It is called the Adriatic pipeline, which already today, and Adriatic oil pipeline, and it can be alternative for all the Central European states which continue to import Russian fossil fuels. The rules have to be the same for everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Guan.
To speak in Italian, cari colleghi.
Colleagues, the ban on Russian gas imports is a truly historic moment. We're showing which side we're on. We're on the side of democracy. We're on the side of defending territorial integrity and sovereignty. We're on the side of international law. We can no longer be blackmailed while on the one hand we're condemning Putin's criminal aggression and on the other funding his war chest. But we need to look at prices too. It is good news that Parliament has been ahead of the Commission in terms of what we should do. We should be harmonising sanctions, incentivising renewables and diversification. All of this is good, and it's good to see the Commission also putting a stop to oil imports. It's enough amid some fake news about Europe not supporting Ukraine. Yes, we're supporting the Ukrainian resistance. We are stopping funding Putin, and we're in favour of peace and reconstruction.
Onorevole Sherba, prego.
Thank you, Mr. Sherba.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani...
President, Commissioner, the
this agreement that we reached between the Parliament and the Council concerning the withdrawal, the phasing out of the Russian gas imports is a historical moment. It's a breaking away from this dependency on Moscow's energy, which was a threat to our security and which financed the war. And I want to say very clearly that we've been watching also the fact that the gas sent from Russia was partly replaced by an LNG, which allowed for more financial means to still flow towards Russia. So it was time to face the reality. Thanks to the pressure also from our part, we will move away from Russian gas imports 1 year earlier than we thought possible. But what is also important is the role for Olaf, for the European prosecutors and the European agency which cooperates with EMEA. What is also important? The future, the European funds. So what is also good is that we have an agreement concerning the Connecting Europe facility. Poland, my country, really wants the financing of NATO pipelines because we think the NATO infrastructure is crucial in our geopolitical situation.
Prego, onorevole Mavrides.
Thank you. Mr. Mavrides is next.
Phasing out the Russian natural gas imports is about our energy security and destiny. But the real issue is not just to end the Russian imports to EU, but to also close the loopholes through third countries, especially unreliable and autocratic regimes that can play for years a dirty game at the expense of our vital interests. For example, Turkey and Azerbaijan are both a striking example. And in fact, just recently, they stated publicly that they will not comply with any sanctions, just like they do for years. But this regulation is also about diversification of energy resources and pipelines. Some of them have already been mentioned, and I will mention one too. As of now, the only potential for domestic source of energy within EU is the Eastern Mediterranean. We had new discoveries, recently new agreements with the Republic of Cyprus at the center of all this. So, the conclusion is, on one hand, we had bad politics, and on the other hand, we had good politics and vision for Europe. And the choice, I think the real choice, is very clear.
Grazie, onorevole. Prego, onorevole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuhn.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. We need the European Commission here. We're very grateful for what you've done. We're very pleased to note the nature of what will be done now. This decision, which we've now achieved, means that we'll be able to keep our houses and businesses warm, but we'll also be able to put a stop to Russian gas imports that we were previously so dependent upon. This means we will increase our energy sovereignty, but it also means that we will be bringing to an end a period in which we were funding the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And we are more credible in our protection of Ukraine. Portugal supports this. Our Prime Minister, Luís Montenegro, said that we will remain firm and we will provide irreversible support for this decision. This is the future. This is the way we need to proceed. We need to have ever more strategic autonomy for Europe. Energy is a part of that, and that means we also need to go for renewables. We need more renewable sources, and we need to ensure that we're working EU-wide on energy interconnectors between member states. 2, we have a particularly vital link between the Iberian Peninsula and the rest of Europe so that renewables can truly spread across the continent.
Abbiamo terminato il dibattito.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. We move to the catch the eye. There are 9 people looking for the floor. I can take them all, but I would ask you to stick to speaking time. To start, we have Mr. Kelly.
When Putin invaded Ukraine, he surprised many people in Europe, especially in the West. But we surprised him with the unity in which we responded, particularly in the sanctions being imposed so quickly, the welcoming of unfortunate Ukrainian refugees, but also the speed at which we're moving now to independency on Russia for oil and gas. But even if there was no Putin, we should be doing this anyway. Because as Ursula von der Leyen pointed out in her State of the Union address, dependency means control, means higher prices. So the alternative is what we want. Develop our renewables. We'll be shortly discussing grids and the grids to go with them so that we can have healthier lives, cheaper energy, and above all, independence. So today is a good day from that point of view, but the sooner we move now to the alternatives that are there, out there, the wind and the sun, with the grids to make them happen, then we'll have true independence and we can forget about Putin.
Grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much. Ms. Grappini is next.
Doamna președinte.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, the biggest mistake that we can do as private or public management is to create dependencies. And this is what the European Union did. We were dependent on Russian gas and oil, and we must end it. Yes, it is a good decision, and I hope the regulation that we have in front of us today is voted. However, Commissioner, we must be very clear. We must think clearly how to create the energy market, how to create energy sources within the European Union. And you are well informed. In countries like mine, Romania, we pay 3 times higher prices for energy. We must be creative in order to avoid dependencies on whomever. We must be supportive towards citizens who cannot pay for these high energy prices, and we must learn from our mistakes. The European Union, the European Commission, the Council, which is not even here, should never set up projects that are dependent on one single state or one single area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Domotor.
And talking about the ban of Eastern energy imports, the majority here are not willing to talk about one thing. The fact that for a great number of countries, all the alternatives are more expensive. The Draghi report clearly states that European companies already have to pay 5 times as much for the gas than their American counterparts. As a consequence, the European GDP growth is sluggish. Even the German industrial performance is declining. Don't you see the link between this and the sanction policy? The consequences are here to stay. For my country, according to IMF, a complete ban would mean an economic loss equivalent to 4% of our GDP. And you don't seem to care. All this issue means pure ideology for you, but dire consequences for millions. Even higher energy bills and ailing competitiveness. And you don't seem to care. Dear ground coalition over there, the pillars of the European economy are shaking, and voters know it well. Who are to blame for this? Their response will reach you. Thank you.
Grazie onorevole, prego onorevole.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tinkham is next.
Arvoisa puhemies, vihdoin.
President, finally, Europe is in the process of stopping the purchase of Russian energy. But why only now? Russian gas and oil taps should have been turned off straight away as soon as Putin marched into Ukraine with his troops. While we are watching with a wry smile of what Trump might say today, what he might say tomorrow, Europe itself has been buying up Russian energy to the tune of tens and tens of billions of euros. Our inability to act for almost 4 years has led to the shedding of Ukrainian blood. The lack of action from Europe has hit Ukraine hard, but also it has weaponized Russia against ourselves. To those who are doubting all that is sufficient for the victory of evil is that for the forces of good decide not to act.
Turk.
Thank you, Ms. Turk.
Thank you, President. Let's be clear, Russian gas has always been too expensive. Russia has always used our dependency to threaten us, to pressure us, and to try to bend us to their will. But while it's been expensive for Europe, it is Ukraine that has truly paid the price for our obsession with Russian gas. And dear colleagues from the far right and the far left of this House, you always say you want peace. Well, now is your time to prove it. Because if you're serious about wanting peace, then you have to be serious about cutting off all funding flows to the one man that started it all, Putin. I sure am proud that I get to cast my vote, that we finally end our dependency on Russian gas, and that we take further steps towards a future in which Europe is powered by clean, cheap, and homegrown European energy. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grazoulis.
Europa, tu esi pasaulio biurok.
My Europe. You are the capital of bureaucracy. For 4 years, you've been taking decisions, saying you won't buy Russian gas, and now you're saying that you won't buy any more as of 2027. And as for oil, well, we haven't even said when we're getting out of oil. When are we going to stop buying fossil fuels from Russia, including oil? You just talk and don't do anything. What about the sanctions on Lukoil and Rosneft? You've been inviting to impose these sanctions, and Trump has proposed a peace plan, which you reject, but you haven't proposed your own plan to Putin. Putin isn't even in negotiations with you. So, look, where are you politically? You're nowhere. You don't even defend your own principles. All you do is talk.
Thank you, Mr. Zieper.
Dear people of Europe, I am proud of this parliament. I am proud because as an MEP I can rest knowing that I am not even needed for this. Yesterday we had a vote in the Intercommittee specifically about this file, and because I was sitting in the wrong committee room, I missed that vote. And once I realized that the voting lists of the colleagues next to me are way longer, I ran over and there was Bernd Lange, our inter-chair, telling me, no worries, Lucas, it was a landslide majority for this file, for phasing out Russian gas. Don't let yourself be blinded by the very right or the very left people of this parliament who, for some reason or another, either they claim to be patriots or they claim to be peacefully, I don't know. Don't let yourself be blinded by them. This is the right decision, this is the right way forward, and every liter of gas and oil that comes here is a bullet for Putin. We don't want this. Thank you, dear Parliament. Thank you, dear Rapporteur. Let's vote with yes. And this time, I will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Prego, Mr. López Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam President. Comisario Jorgensen. Claro que sí que hace.
Commissioner, yes, of course, it's high time to end Europe's toxic dependence on Russian gas. We've been depending on these cheap supplies for far too long, but we also have to note the agreement between Parliament and Council, whilst also recognising that we're increasingly dependent on the shadow fleet and on US oil and gas. Russia and the US agree on one thing. They want a weak Europe. So we have to do exactly the opposite, have a fair green transition to a decarbonised economy with clean green energy. And we have to do that with our own resources and with adequate financing, with joint debt. And we need to ensure that never again can we end up dependent, or even worse, blackmailed by others for our future.
Onorevole Papadakis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papadakis.
The recent energy agreements between the US and Greece, the vertical corridor, mean that this will cement the presence of American LNG in Greece. The strategy of the EU and our government is to abandon the much cheaper Russian natural gas in this competition with capitalist Russia. The Greek people pay a very high price for American LNG, but also for the liberalized energy market in Greece. So energy has become a traded commodity, and there are guaranteed profits for renewables conglomerates through European grants and taxes. At the same time, the people are paying a high price for the green transition, and for this international competition to control trade routes and hubs and ports. But no matter which energy route, pipeline, or contract with American conglomerates, the people need to take ownership of their wealth.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Jørgensen, you have the floor.
Thank you all for this constructive debate. I want to especially answer some of the questions on whether or not we risk replacing one dependency with another dependency, because obviously there is some truth to that worry. We can't just look at the numbers. We import for more than 370 billion euros every year fossils. This is not economically sustainable to buy something and use it and then buy it again. The alternative, of course, renewable energy, where you invest in something that will then be the production of the energy that you need. That is indeed renewable. It's also clear that we need to diversify much more than we do now our imports, so that the strategy is really at least resting on two pillars. One, become more green as fast as possible, meaning more energy efficiency, more renewables. That is going fast in the right direction. We deployed 78 gigawatts of new renewables last year. This year we'll break that record again with probably closer to 89, and next year the ambition is to break that record once again. But two, the fossils that we still need, including gas, we need to not only be dependent on one source for that. So we're working hard on that, and I can also assure the members of this House, even though some of them face value doesn't look like agree with me on many things, I will still say that we are, of course, engaged from the Commission side in making sure that all countries, all member states, also the ones that are against this legislation, will be helped in the months to come as best as we can to make sure that this does not lead to prices increasing. Thank you.
Grazie Commissario. Prego.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, Ms. Vaidere as Rapporteur.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, thank you really very much for this convincing and constructive debate. What we have heard today confirms clearly that vast majority in this House and in Europe fully supports ending Europe's dependency on Russian gas. Even more, you believe it's necessary, urgent, and long overdue. To succeed in doing it, we must adopt this regulation and implement it properly. Member states must act now, invest in interconnections, secure new supply routes, and continue reducing gas consumption, developing renewable energy. Phasing out of Russian gas is a good starting point. Europe must go further. After gas, we must end all remaining imports of Russian oil, as the Parliament requested. And we must also address our remaining dependence on Russian nuclear fuel and services. This is a strategic weakness that Europe can no longer ignore. So this regulation is the beginning of Europe's full and lasting energy independence. Also because every euro we stop sending to the Kremlin strengthens our security. And that's at the same time weakens Russia's ability to kill in Ukraine. Sanctions are very effective. They made Russian economy weak, but this law is much more. I have to stress again, this regulation is not a sanction regime, even with progress towards peace in Ukraine, which I sincerely hope will come. Europe must stay away from Russian energy. Experience shows too well that dependence on Russian is dangerous. And it's not only because of current regime in Kremlin, it's unfortunately about Russia. Europe must never repeat previous mistakes. Let me end by stressing that Europe must choose strength over dependence, security over short-term comfort, future where our energy decisions no longer put our values at risk. This is how Europe becomes stronger, safer, and truly independent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Ministro for 2 minutes as a co-reporter.
Mr. President, thank you. The vast majority of this Parliament has been very impressive in its support for this trilogue outcome. And I think we have a clear vision. We want to go towards European energy independence, which is good for our competitiveness, good for our economy, good for our geopolitical security, and good for climate. And I would like to address a few concerns raised by some, which I think are futile. It is not patriotic to rely on Russian fossil fuel imports. And it is not cheap to rely on fossil fuel imports. If we look at what Russia has done in the last 25 years, when Putin has been in power, there has been continuous manipulation of prices in the European markets. It's divide and rule. And we see what happened in the autumn of 2021. We were not prepared in that. And in many member states, the consequences felt after the gas prices went up was due to being too dependent on Russian fossil fuels. But in 2021, in autumn, Russian Gazprom actually, they have been allowed to own a lot of the storages in Europe, like in Germany. They emptied those storages and prices went up already half a year before the war, full-scale onslaught on Ukraine. So we knew that Putin is actually planning something huge, and he manipulated us in order to make Europe weak, that we would not support Ukraine. But on this, Putin was wrong. He couldn't manipulate us. We were in support of Ukraine, and we realized that we can never again allow them to have that power over us. Secondly, the prices of energy and electricity in Europe are lowest where there's the highest share of clean energy, renewable energy, and domestic energy sources. Look at the Nordic energy market. I would very much like the German far right to also learn about how market economics works. Being reliant on single import from an unreliable source that manipulates the prices is not good for the economy. Now we are exiting that dependence, and we have to create energy independence where we are also producing vast majority of the energy production chain ourselves, bring added value to our economy, and it's good for our competitiveness. So that is the future of Europe. It's free of Russian extortion, and it's good for European citizens. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. With that, the debate is closed, and we will hold the vote tomorrow. Now we are moving to the next item on the agenda, the Commissioner statement, grids package and tackling rising energy prices through robust infrastructure. I will have to be strict with the time, taking into account that we have the Sakharov Prize and also the votes after. The first speaker is Commissioner Jørgensen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, President. Imagine making a puzzle, jigsaw puzzle, like I guess probably maybe even some of you will do that in your Christmas break. Now imagine making it without looking at the picture on the box. Or actually imagine that you make it with the other members of your family, so everybody tries to put the puzzle where they see it at the same time without looking at the box and without talking to each other and coordinating. That is almost the way it is with our energy system.
속보입니다. 제미니가 미국 전역에 예측 시장 서비스 제미니 프레딕션스를 출시했습니다. CFTC 라이선스를 확보한 이 서비스는 실시간 체결과 투명한 거래를 제공하며 암호화폐 금융 서비스 확대와 시장 신뢰를 높이는 긍정적 호재입니다. 스포입니다. 나스닥 상장사인 카인들리 앤디가 상장 폐지 위기에 처했습니다. 주가가 연속 30거래일 동안 1달러 미만으로 떨어졌으며 앞으로 10거래일 내 1달러 이상 회복하지 못하면 폐지 절차에 들어갑니다. 이는 투자자에게 큰 불안 요소입니다. 스포입니다. 라이도, LDO의 공동 설립자가 지난 1시간 동안 약 4,271만 달러 상당의 ETH를 매도하였으며 이는 시장에 단기적 부정적 영향을 줄 수 있어 투자 주의가 필요합니다. 스포입니다. 최근 BTC 장기 홀더의 보유량이 8개월 만에 최저 수준으로 감소하며 매도 압력이 높아지고 있습니다. 기술적으로 주요 지지선을 이탈하면 BTC 가격이 68,500달러까지 조정될 가능성이 제기되고 있어 부정적 영향을 줄 수 있습니다. 스포입니다. 오늘 비트코인 가격이 87,000달러를 돌파하며 강한 상승 신호를 보이고 있습니다. 바이낸스 USDT 마켓 기준으로 87,035달러에 거래되고 있어 시장 기대감이 높아지고 있습니다. 이는 암호화폐 시장에 긍정적인 영향을 미칠 것으로 기대됩니다. 스포입니다. 암호화폐 애널리스트 맥디는 BTC의 단기 방향이 거시지표와 주요 글로벌 이벤트에 달려있다고 전망했습니다. 최근 미결제 약정과 펀딩 비율이 상승하며 트레이더들의 롱 포지션이 확대됐지만 앞으로 미국 고용과 물가지표, 일본 금리 결정 등 변수들이 방향성을 정할 것으로 보입니다. 따라서 단기 전망이 불확실하니 주의가 필요합니다. 스포입니다. 스트레이트 X가 내년 솔라나 네트워크로 XSGD와 XUSD 스테이블 코인을 확장한다고 밝혔습니다. 이는 플랫폼의 신뢰성과 글로벌 경쟁력을 높여 시장에 긍정적 영향을 미칠 전망입니다. 스포입니다. 맷 호건 비트와이즈 CIO가 내년 비트코인 가격이 기존 4년 주기를 넘어서 신규 사상 최고가를 기록할 것이라고 밝혔습니다. 그는 반감기 효과 약화, 금리 하락, 규제 개선, 기관 채택 가속화 덕분에 비트코인에 유리한 환경이 조성되고 있다고 분석했습니다. 투자자들은 이러한 흐름을 주목할 필요가 있습니다.
To this award ceremony, the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought celebrates those remarkable people and organizations who stand up for freedom and democracy around the world, who blaze a trail and inspire others, who continue to fight for what they know is right, no matter how great the challenge or how large the sacrifice. Its laureates form a roll call of champions of democracy, stretching back over 3 decades. And today, we welcome 2 more extraordinary people to that prestigious list. Journalists Andrei Pochobut from Belarus and Imzia Amaglobeli from Georgia. Andrei and Mzia cannot be with us today to recognize their achievements and their courage. They are imprisoned simply for doing their jobs, speaking out against injustice and persecution. Therefore, to accept this award on Andrei Pochobut's behalf, we welcome his daughter, Yana Pochobut. And on Imzia Maglobeli's behalf, journalist Irma Dimitradze. Dear Yana and dear Irma, thank you so much for being here today. As we do every year, I also want to welcome the Sakharov Prize finalists, Serbian students, the Red Crescent, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and the Palestinian Journalists Syndicate, who are up there with us. This House thanks you all for being with us here today. So now I invite you all to watch a short video on Andrei and Imzia's path to becoming Sakharov laureates.
We hear their voices, despite those trying to silence them. Every year, the European Parliament honours brave people who take a stand for human rights, democratic values and the rule of law, with the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought.
The 2025 Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought has been awarded from Belarus and Zia Amlagobeli from Georgia. Both are journalists currently in prison on trumped-up charges, simply for doing their work and for speaking out against injustice.
That's no, sorry, and anyway, yeah, okay.
Belarusian-Polish journalist Andrei Pochobut has dedicated years of his life to speaking out against the Lukashenko regime. Arrested several times since 2011, he was sentenced to 8 years in a penal colony in 2021.
Andrzej Poczobut, became a symbol of resistance and personal enemy of the dictator. Awarding the Sakharov Prize to Andrzej and fearless Mzia Amaglobeli from Georgia sends a strong message to all political prisoners. You are not alone, and journalism is not a crime.
Mzia Amaglobeli, a Georgian journalist and media director, was arrested in January 2025 after joining anti-government protests and sentenced to 2 years in prison. She's the first female journalist to become a political prisoner in Georgia since independence in 1991, and a powerful voice for democracy and freedom of expression.
An attack on Mzia is an attack on her values, and her fight is our fight for freedom and democracy in Georgia
Prisoners
and
in
therefore
both countries.
in Europe. And we must win.
Members of the European Parliament have
스포입니다. 블랙록이 약 1.4억 달러 규모의 ETH를 코인베이스 프라임에 입금했습니다. 이는 기관의 대규모 투자를 의미하며 시장에는 긍정적 신호로 작용할 수 있습니다. 장기 상승세를 기대하게 하는 중요한 움직임입니다. 스포입니다. 코인베이스가 텍사스로 본사를 이전했지만 회사 운영이나 주주 권리에는 영향을 미치지 않는다고 밝혔습니다. 이 소식은 시장에 큰 영향을 주지 않을 것으로 예상됩니다. 스포입니다. 비자가 미국 은행을 대상으로 USDC 결제 서비스를 지원함으로써 디지털 결제 인프라 강화와 금융 혁신이 기대됩니다. 이는 스테이블 코인 활용 확대와 글로벌 결제 시장의 성장에 긍정적 영향을 미칠 것으로 보입니다. 속보입니다. 스페인 정부가 미카 인가 없이 영업 금지 시한을 이번 달 30일로 앞당겼습니다. 이는 기존 암호화폐 업체들이 미카 인가를 빠르게 획득하지 않으면 스페인 내 영업이 전면 금지될 수 있음을 의미하며 글로벌 시장에 부정적 영향을 줄 수 있습니다. 스포입니다. 바이낸스 알파가 새로운 코인인 THQ를 추가하며 시장의 관심이 높아지고 있습니다. 바이낸스 알파는 온체인 거래 플랫폼으로 초기 단계 코인에 집중하고 있어 향후 성장 기회가 기대됩니다. 투자자들은 이 소식을 주의 깊게 살펴보시기 바랍니다. 스포입니다. 테더가 비트코인 라이트닝 기반 결제 플랫폼 스피드에 800만 달러 투자. 이번 투자는 글로벌 결제 시장 확대와 전통 금융과 암호화폐 간 통합 강화를 의미하며 관련 기업과 사용자에게 긍정적 영향을 미칠 전망입니다. 스포입니다. 미국 11월 비농업 신규 고용이 6만 4천 명으로 시장 예상치를 크게 상회하며 경제 회복 기대를 높이고 있습니다. 이는 팬데믹 이후 강한 고용 회복의 신호로 금리 인상 우려를 완화시키고 시장에 긍정적 영향을 미칠 것으로 보입니다. 속보입니다. 영국의 암호화폐 보유율이 지난해보다 4% 감소했지만 투자 가치와 인지도는 높게 유지되고 있습니다. 이는 시장 내 관심과 투자 태도 변화 가능성을 보여줍니다. 스포입니다. 위전과 크라켄에서 스포츠다펀의 자체 토큰 펀 세일이 진행 중입니다. 스포츠다펀은 선수 토큰화와 판타지 스포츠 예측 플랫폼을 구축하며 코인베이스 벤처스로부터 투자를 유치하였어요. 이는 플랫폼 확장과 긍정적 성장 신호로 볼 수 있습니다. 스포입니다. 홍콩 핀테크 기업 레다페이 1억 700만 달러 시리즈 B 투자 유치, 글로벌 확장 기반 마련, 이로 인해 결제 서비스 시장에서 성장 기대, 투자사 굿워터 캐피털, 판테라 캐피털, 앞으로의 성장에 주목하세요. 스포입니다. 스트라타 개발사가 300만 달러의 시드 투자를 유치하며 디파이 시장의 성장 기대가 높아지고 있습니다. 이 회사는 금융상품의 위험과 수익을 분리하는 혁신적인 트렌칭 기법을 토큰화하는 프로토콜을 개발하고 있습니다. 이번 투자는 기술력과 시장 확장 가능성을 보여주는 중요한 신호로 향후 디파이 분야에서의 성과를 기대하게 합니다. 스포입니다. 최근 ETH ICO 참여자가 크라켄에 3,000 ETH를 입금하며 시장에 부정적 신호를 보냈습니다. 이 대량 이체는 매도 목적으로 해석될 수 있어 ETH 가격에 하락 압력을 줄 우려가 있습니다. 투자자들은 신중한 대응이 필요합니다.